I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Come on, Chair. There she is. Now we can
All
start.
right. First thing we have is the minutes. Gentlemen, have you had the opportunity to review the minutes, and what is your pleasure?
I have. You know,
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes for our last meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, February 2nd, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and it is 9 o'clock, and we're going to go ahead with planning. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are everybody today?
Uh,
You're here, huh?
It's it's a great day.
Yeah, we've got 2 public hearings today.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Kim, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney Baxter.
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed boundary line adjustment application for the Lebanon Town Sites HOA submitted by Bill Wedelich? Wedelich, HOA President, on property located at 24908 Road S.8, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 0.20 acres, more or less, situated west of Road 25, south of Road S.8 in Section 22, Township 37 North, Range 16 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, February 9th at 2020 at 9 a.m. Commissioners Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online services at http://montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com, public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of January 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, January 27th, 2021.
Okay, if you guys want to give an overview.
Sure. Bill, you want to come up? Yeah, Bill's here with he's the HOA President. Morning.
morning.
So Commissioner Candelaria, if you'll remember, this is the park adjacent to the abandoned right-of-way road from Lebanon Town Sites. What happened is there was a road right-of-way at Lebanon Town Sites that extended into Satley's property, and that was abandoned last year. And so adjacent to that to the west was a park that was part of the subdivision from its inception. But in the course of all this, the park sat there vacant and growing weeds, and they've had to carry liability insurance on it forever, and nobody uses it. Their HOA, they all voted to abandon it. So what this is, a boundary line adjustment between Hills and Whitehead, to do away with the park, and the property owner to the east and west will be taking care of that property, and no residence will be built on it. As part of the agreement, it won't be developed, but it'll just become part of each property owner's property, and they'll maintain it. There's an irrigation ditch that runs through there, and that's the natural dividing line in the property. So Because it's a subdivision, we have to go through the subdivision process, but it's basically a boundary line adjustment.
Would you like to say anything, sir?
I think we've said all of this before. It's basically, like I said, it had irrigation and we carried insurance. I put the vote out to the entire neighborhood, and it was one of these where I has to have 75% of the neighbors, and I was able to achieve that, and so we're selling it or conveying it to the two adjoining owners, is what we'd like to do.
Okay. Do you guys have any question for planning?
I was sitting on P and Z when this come to us, and we went through all of that, and everybody was good with what was going on.
Okay, well then, we will open up this public hearing for public comment. Anybody that has anything to speak for or against this, if you'll come up to the mic, give your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes. Anybody? Okay.
Making it easy on us.
That's, yeah, gonna be easy. So, I'll bring it back to the commissioners and,
It all looks good to me.
Yeah. I don't have any questions. I mean, it's just pretty much a simple boundary line change, so I make a motion we approve this.
I'll second it.
okay, so it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed boundary line adjustment application for the Lebanon Town Sites HOA submitted by Bill Wedelich, sorry, HOA President on the property located at 24908 Road S.8, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of .20 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll close this public hearing.
All right, thanks, guys, I appreciate
Have Ernie
it.
finalize the
Yeah, I
the
should have
preliminary?
it.
Okay, great.
Thanks for
Bill.
coming.
Before we move to the next public hearing at 10 after, I'd like to take this opportunity to note that we have added an executive session to the morning agenda following the public hearings and prior to public comment.
We've got 2 minutes.
We've got 3 Mylars if you'd like to sign them. They're
I
all
think we have
previously
time.
approved
Yeah, they are.
applications.
Yeah, I think we have time.
Sure.
And we also have the liquor license that we could do after that, if there's still time.
Knock it out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you should be. Mike's on. Yeah, so.
Was this week that Shane was gonna come?
Yeah. Yep.
They're like, what do we put in the letter? Put in the letter to persuade them.
We actually represent the commission. Maybe you should have that conversation with Greg about who exactly you represent. Sometimes you feel like a no. Sometimes you're just a little misunderstood.
What's our crowd here for? Is this planning stuff that the crowd's here for, or, you know?
It's, I think they're here for this, operation. I believe. I could be wrong. I actually don't see Melissa. So, I guess Cole McKinney has, custody of somebody, Fish, 16-year-old girl who goes to MCHS, that is gonna be on The View this season, or The Voice or something like that. And neither till I heard it this morning, I didn't know Cole was the guardian, but I'll probably swing by sometime and be like, it's cool. Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of neat. What was the girl's first name? Samantha or something? Or no, it started with
Hannah.
Hannah. That's what it was. Yeah.
So,
You might want to give the commissioners whatever language they're going to need to go into executive session.
Yeah, you know, we've never done this, but I think we're gonna use the specialized details of security arrangements.
I think that fits, actually.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
All right, we're a minute behind here, so we're going to open up the next public hearing. And Kim, would you call the roll?
1 second while I stop and start. Sorry. Okay, Commissioner Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay,
Here.
Commissioner Stevenson,
here.
Administrator Powers,
Here.
Attorney Baxter,
Here.
and Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot minor subdivision and AR 10-34 rezoning application submitted by Michael Goodman, Agent Brian McLaughlin, on property located at 13045 Road 38.7, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 46.15 acres, more or less, located north of Highway 184, west of Road 40, situated in Section 1, Township 36 North, Range 14 West, N.M.P.M. The hearing will be held Tuesday, February 9th, 2021, at 9:10 a.m. Commissioners' Hearing Room, Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 19th day of January 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, January 27th, 2021.
Okay, Don, you want to give us an overview?
Brian, you want to come up? Yeah. Brian, the agent here. So Dr. Goodman has property northwest of Mancos that he would like to basically split in half. It's at the end of Road 38.7, which is a private road. They have a road group, a road
Landowners Association.
association. So everybody has on the association board signed off on a non-opposition letter for them to do this. CDOT had approved it for one residence on each property due to the demand off the access road from their highway on Highway 160. But it's basically he's just splitting his property in half.
Okay, questions to the commissioners?
And what was the previous zoning on this? Was it?
It was AR 35 plus.
Okay.
But now that it's split, it'll be 10 to 34 on each parcel.
So 38.7, is that I'm going to assume that's a red road?
Correct.
Or orange road?
It's a private road that they built, and they have an association that maintains that road.
Okay, so my question is, because typically we see either a hammerhead or a cul-de-sac, because it is open to the public, so people and/or emergency vehicles.
It goes further on north.
It continues through that north parcel, up to the next two properties, right there where Shaq's cursor is.
It's a road?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's an existing easement and road.
So it ties into endpoint 3?
No.
No.
It goes up to those
It
lots,
goes-
but to the lot to the north, but it does not tie into that other subdivision,
No.
which both are private roads, so we really can't force them to.
No, and I'm just, I mean, the question for emergency vehicles always comes about is, how do they get in there, how do they get turned around, and how do they get back out? Which is what they've presented to us in the past for
Right,
the
this-
fire districts, but
This is just an intermediate split along that road that continues on to the north.
Yeah, it doesn't end there.
Is that a
but the
cul-de-sac
property
there?
continues.
because I can't see it on the map.
In that other lot?
Can you
Do
guys?
you know?
No, it's not really a cul-de-sac. No, there's no cul-de-sac or anything on that road.
This was another subdivision that was all 35 plus, so it was all done outside the planning office.
Correct, but now we have 2 tracks that are going to be 20 and 26, right?
Right.
Is that,
We really, because it's not at the end, if they were having to extend that road into a new parcel, then we would have oversight on that. Right now, we can recommend that they do more of a cul-de-sac at the end. But, with the density of housing, that was 46 acres, was allowed to have 2 residences. And now that it's split, it's still only allowed 2 residences. So there's not more density of residences that'll be on that road. So I don't know if the fire district looked at that when it was originally created.
because I guess my concern is I look at the wooded
Mhm.
acreage up there, it's heavily wooded. You have only one means of ingress and egress, and then without a way to turn around right there, I mean, Brian, do you think a recommendation to either, I'm a hammerhead and or a.
Right. As far as this property owner, he will, I believe he has been recommended for a wildfire mitigation plan. So that will be on him for the residences that he put in there. That also includes the road that passes through his property. We can't really force the north neighbor
No,
to do that, but we have relayed that on to the road association. And we can follow that up as well with another recommendation that they incorporate at least the road area for a cul-de-sac emergency turnaround hammerhead or.
yeah, either one, whatever is the most cost-effective. I think it would be beneficial, because now you actually are going to have, you will have residents and people back there, and that's a heavily wooded area looking
Yeah.
at this map, so.
But that was the problem with the land use code. The areas that needed it the most weren't covered by the land use code, so
Because there are 35 acres and above,
they're all
But
done
now it's
outside of.
20.
Above.
They're done outside of the planning department's purview.
Do you think the owner would have objection to just and it doesn't necessarily have to be the 105 foot?
Something like that, 118 maybe?
Okay,
It's a little over 100 anyway.
What
The thing is, it needs to be at the end of the road, though, doesn't it? The
Yeah,
cul-de-sac.
it would have to be
And
up
it
in that
doesn't-
northern property.
It's not
it
their
would, yeah, the
property
north, the northeast corner.
we'd have to talk to the other property owner.
That's why we don't have.
no,
really any say-so
Right.
over it other than to recommend it, and it would be
Right.
in
That's not the end of the road.
their best behalf.
And I understand that. I'm just saying a recommendation. It's not a mandate. We're not trying to force it. We're just asking.
Right.
Um,
And they seem pretty reasonable in working with that association, so I think they'll take that into consideration.
And I think a hammerhead is less restrictive. It can actually fit within that 60-foot right-of-way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What do you guys?
Yeah, emergency access, at least be able to turn around in case there's problems in that heavy timber, that they can get out of there in a hurry.
What's the recommendation of the planning commission?
They were unanimous in recommending it for approval.
Okay.
And they had the same question as far as access and the extent of that private road, but it does pass clear through both parcels shown there to the north parcel.
And it's right on the property line.
I guess maybe that's why we can't see it. The yellow line is. there's
Yeah,
something there.
it covers
I mean, it's
covers
hard
up the
to see
road.
it.
It's a 30-foot access utility easement.
Okay. That's all that I have, gentlemen.
I don't have anything.
Do you have anything else that you
No,
want to add,
sir.
Brian?
No.
Okay. All right, then we're going to open this up to public comment. If anybody has any thing that they would like to speak in favor of or against, please come up to the mic, give your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Okay, seeing nobody, we will close that portion, and I'll bring it back to the commissioners. Anything else?
I'm good with it.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll go ahead and close this portion of the, actually,
motion?
ask for a decision.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed two-lot minor subdivision and AR 1034 rezoning application submitted by Michael Goodman, agent Brian McLaughlin, on property located at 13045 Road 38.7, Mancos, Colorado.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed two-lot minor subdivision and AR 10-34 rezoning application submitted by Michael Goodman, agent Brian McLaughlin, on property located at 13045 Road 38.7, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 46.15 acres, more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Pass. We'll close this public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
So, just for clarification, there was 2 ayes and 1 pass on that vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it all passed.
It all passed,
It all
yeah.
passed. 3 ayes.
Oh, I thought you said.
Thanks, Brian.
No,
Sorry.
it passed. 3 ayes.
Gotcha.
Anything else?
That's all we've got.
That's all you got?
That's it,
Okay,
for now.
very good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
For this executive session, I know we,
Go in my office.
that's what I was gonna ask, okay. So it sounds like it might be easier to go into Mr. Powers' office than to kick everybody out.
Okay.
So that's what we'll do.
Do you want this recorded?
Yeah.
Make a motion, we go into executive session for discussion of specialized details of security arrangements for investigations under CRS Section 24-6-4024D.
And who are we gonna include? Let's just put that on the
Uh,
record.
The sheriff and
And Lieutenant Pierce, the
Lieutenant
district
Pierce,
attorney, his
district-
assistant Clarissa Fuley.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for discussion of specialized details of security arrangements or investigations under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses D. And included in there will be Ms. Purcell, Commissioners Stevenson, Candelaria, Lindsay, Attorney Baxter, Administrator Powers, our District Attorney Matt, his aide Clarissa, along with the Sheriff and Lieutenant
Pierce.
Pierce.
2, 1. Okay, you're live.
Okay, so would one of you gentlemen move we come out of executive session?
I move that we come out of executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to come out of executive session and to continue our regular weekly meeting. Attorney Baxter.
And we made a phone call, so we included one other person while we were in there to Senator Quorum, was it, or who did we talk to?
Representative
Mark
Catlin.
Catlin.
Mark Catlin, while we were in there, that we didn't announce was going to be in there with us, and so we spoke to him as well. That's all.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have public comment. So anybody wishing to address the commissioners, come up, state your name, your address, and you can do it right here, or you can sit, whatever. And you have 3 minutes to address the board.
3 minutes?
3
Okay,
minutes.
I'll do my best. I'm Shelley Rames. I live in Farmington, New Mexico. What is our address now? We just moved. 5602 Ravella Drive. And I'm talking today about the racetrack. I know you all are happy about this. I am head of the Youth Sports Compact Division, and we call ourselves the Young Guns. I have 13 drivers, and now this year I'm going to have 17 drivers. She's one of the drivers. I've got another driver right there, all ranging from 11 to 14 years. Our track's falling apart. We just need a little help. You know, we're out there and we're painting, sanding. We stay well after everyone's gone to pick up the trash. We plunge. She's in there cleaning up the bathrooms, trying to get it all. All of us are. We're working together. We have bleacher issues. We have fence issues, and we are just, this is the new kids coming up that we're keeping them out of drugs. We've got kids that have been bullied that come here and get new confidence, and they just, this is a home track. Do you want, okay, this is a home track. This is a track that is not only going to bring for the kids a stability, and it's like a big family. It's going to bring revenue to you guys. You got people from Aztec that can't race anymore that comes here. We got people from Grand Junction kids that come down here and race. And we just need a little help, just a little. And we're just asking to really take a look at it, because we're bringing people to you guys. We're bringing revenue to this town. We're bringing, you know, all walks of different life into this community. I didn't even know Cortez even existed, because I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. This town is awesome. I can't wait. Racing's almost here. I can't wait. And we just are asking on behalf of our little team, if you could just, that much. We're not asking for much, just that much. And Eugene does not know we're here. So I'm going to give him a call and say, I hope I didn't screw anything up, but we're pleading on behalf of us to please help us. Okay? So I guess that's it. Do you want to come up? And he's
Thank
part
you.
of it.
Thank
So
you.
is that thank you. I could add a lot more, but
She could talk
You
your
did,
ear
you
off.
did well.
Hi, my name is Kristen Ray, P.O. Box 927, Ignacio, Colorado. I'm here along with my son. I have 3 kids that love the racetrack. They absolutely love it. My daughter's 15, and she goes for the spectator part. My son right here, he actually races. He raced his first year last year, and he absolutely can't wait. He's counting down the days on the calendar until he can race again this year, and we're just asking for help. I have a 6-year-old who can't wait to race. He has, 5 more years, and this is our future. Me coming all the way from Ignacio, I spend so much money in this town and bring in revenue. We have friends that come from all over to watch my son race, and it can be a really huge thing. We just need a little help. Right now, I feel like the track's an eyesore, and we want to get past that. We want to be proud of our racetrack, and we're just asking for a little bit of help. I thank you guys for your time, and pray that you guys can help us out.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good Morning, folks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Alan Mays, 21693 County Road 21 out at Lewis. I'm on another subject. I want to congratulate the county for going into Code Yellow or whatever that scheme is. I'm not sure, is it just the governor that's making these changes that we're able to do that? One of the things that I saw with that is that to become blue, which is the least restrictive, or actually in the governor's color scheme, because I think nothing would be, everything should be going fine in this county, so I don't know if we need a color. But anyway, to be in blue, you have to apply to CDPHE. Apparently, La Plata County and Dolores County are blue. Dolores County I can see. La Plata County, I wonder, what did they have to do? Whose soul did they have to sell to CDPHE to become blue? I know that they have to do something to make CDPHE happy with what they're doing. Is everyone there triple masking? What's the issue? So when that time comes for Montezuma County, I hope it's because things are getting better all the time. I don't know that we have to be as restrictive even as Yellow is claiming. But anyway, I just wanted to congratulate the county for coming down for whatever reason. Did they stop testing? What's the reason? But I guess my other point is that we have to do something to get rid of our governor. He has, in his tyrannical, cruel method of destroying the lives of citizens in Colorado, is just wrong. And so I hope that somehow we can get the message out there that what he has done to Colorado is not right. I don't think he probably has even stepped up for some of our workers in Colorado. I know that we've heard from our new Congresswoman Lauren Boebert on energy, and those are jobs that the governor doesn't seem to care about. Senator Benton doesn't seem to care about. So again, those are just my messages of what do we need to do in Montezuma County to, A, get rid of both of those people, Governor Polis and Michael Bennett. So, but anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I know you guys are working hard with the local health department and whatever you have to do with CDPHE. But if we do go to wanting to appeal for blue, I hope you let the citizens know of what's going to be required so that we can say, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to say no. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we are going to move on then, and first up we have Operation Graduation. We have Melissa Bruner here. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Melissa Bruner. This is Megan Talmadge. My address is 28225 County Road P. We are here on behalf of Dolores High School Operation Graduation. It is a program where we have, after graduation, it's kind of an all-night party that we put on for the graduates and a guest. And what it does is provides a safe place for them to be, a non-alcohol, trying to keep them safe after graduation. And we're requesting the use of the fairground facility for that event. And the date is May 20th. That's their graduation. First time they've had graduation in Dolores on a Thursday evening. So we would probably start 9-ish? 8:30 or 9 o'clock, run till 3 or 4 in the morning till everybody winds down. It'll be well chaperoned, hopefully by others than us. No, multiple parents, and we've talked to Justin, and he says that the facility is available, and the request from him was that we were out by noon on Friday, and we could definitely meet that requirement. So we'd like that consideration.
Justin, I read that email also, and you're good with everything as far as those times?
Yep, it's fine with us.
Being able to go over each other. I think last year, didn't we give you guys this approval also, but then it got
Then I think what
canceled?
happened, it got canceled with the with the state of COVID and things like that, and they were not able to hold it. And so what you have is you're going to have a different set of parents every year because it's the senior parents who do all the work for this. So it's kind of a evolving, changing thing. And this is my last year, but Megan will be back. She's got more kids. So it's kind of one of those things that's kind of a rolling thing that we do for these kids. Do you have any
Make a motion,
questions?
we approve.
Okay.
I second it.
All right, well, it's been moved and seconded to hold Operation Graduation 2021 and waive the fees for the fairgrounds for that night for Dolores Bears.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Melissa, if somebody wanted to donate to this cause, how would they go about doing that?
We have a, do you want to talk about that?
We have a GoFundMe webpage, and it's under the DHS Operation Graduation 2021. It's kind of long, but if you're interested in donating, you can find out more information there and actually place the donation on that website.
And I will also, I will send this information to Shaq if we have phone numbers of the, and emails of the officers.
Right.
And, or you can get in touch with me, get in touch with Shaq, and we'll be happy to get you with what.
Right.
We have another little project going on, so if you actually end up with pink flamingos in your yard, that's a possibility too. It's going to be fun. We'll send pictures, and we appreciate very much your support.
I
Thank
have
you.
one other question. So you guys, I know last year going to the parade for the graduation, are you actually trying to plan a graduation this year?
From what I understand, the principal has told us that we are going to have a graduation. We don't know how many spectators or family members can come, but they are going to make the parade an annual event, which I thought that was really fantastic. They're going to make sure that they have the senior banners along the street like they did. And so that's the community part. If graduation gets shut down to where it's only a few members, they will have the parade, and we'll make sure and let you know when that's going to be.
Okay.
So,
We can put this on our website too,
cool.
a link to this.
All right, and I'll get you the GoFundMe and all that. So, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate
You're welcome.
your support.
Thank you.
And congratulations to you new commissioners. I haven't got to say that to you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I don't see.
I don't know where Jerry went. I sent her a message.
Oh, you know what? Is that what we're on, is the liquor? I took it from her and said she could take off. And so this is a liquor license renewal application for Hilltop Liquors. She attached the letter from the sheriff stating that there were no law violations, so I'll just hand that to you. Sorry, Ms. Purcell, I should have told you. I told Ms. Purcell that she didn't have to stay for that, just because we broke into executive session.
Still Paragon Investments.
So you can
Right, that's what it's called. I'm sorry, I called it Hilltop Liquor, but it's some other name.
I move that we approve this liquor license for fermented malt beverage license renewal application for the Paragon Business Investments LLC, DBA Hilltop Liquors.
Second.
It's been, it's been moved and seconded to, for a renewal application liquor license for Paragon Business Investments LLC, Hilltop Liquor at 27963 Highway 184, Dolores, Colorado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, county operations, Mr. McLean.
Good morning.
morning.
Because it's gonna take like all day.
Thanks for coming. We'll see you next month.
You have 5 minutes.
You know how hard it was to try to narrow down the list for you guys on what we do? I mean, literally, I could be here all day.
But Shane is right behind you, and I know what kind of time
Well,
he takes.
he only takes like 3 minutes.
And then I
kidding.
see Greg behind him.
Anyway, I just wanted, I guess Jack wanted us to take this time to kind of formally introduce myself and my department and what we do, so I tried to narrow it down. So you can go to the second slide. You guys have met Isaac and Glenn. If you haven't, you should. They're really good at what they do. So for me personally, I started supporting the county in 1996. On the technology side of things. It started out as a contract kind of thing where I was helping them out. I wired the original building, those kind of things. And then in 2001, I went to work for the sheriff's office part-time under Joey Chavez. And then in 2003, it transitioned to full-time. And then in 2010, I went back to school or finished my degree. I got a bachelor's in IT. And then in March 2013, that's when the commissioners reached out to me about coming and moving over to this spot. So we came up with an agreement. And then in May 2013, I graduated with my master's in IT with an emphasis on business intelligence. So think MBA for IT, because that's really what it is. And then in September 13, I moved here. And so that's when the fun began. Because I came into a real disaster. It was pretty disastrous. There was a lot of things that were not, there was no organization. There was just a lot of disorganized chaos going on. So, you know, some of the milestones really quick, like in 2014, one of the first things I was tasked with was to fix the website. And I don't know how many of you can remember the old website, but it was pretty bad. It was atrocious. So we revamped it, and of course, at the end of this last year is what you see now. We did it again, so it's more modern. Also implemented a help desk system, which made us more efficient in the way we handle responses. There was no way to do that. Before, it used to be they just call you or catch you in the hall, and there was no efficiency. So. And we also used it for maintenance, and at the time, even Fleet was using it. They don't use that anymore. I also migrated in 2015 to a more stable email system. Our email system was in really bad shape. It was really cumbersome, and you couldn't use it from the outside world very well. But the big changes really started to happen in 2017. The first thing I did was negotiated with the DA to successfully bring them over. They were being managed by an outside IT source, which to me is not a good way to manage the county funds, right? I mean, they were paying thousands and thousands of dollars to an outside IT staff to handle their stuff. So we brought them in-house, reducing that. That was the first thing. And then as that was happening, that's when this project came up, remodeling this building. And so as we were rewiring and doing things over here, it just kind of naturally somehow got handed over to me to become the project manager for the remodel. So I oversaw the whole remodel process, but at the same time, we were able to reduce the budget of that by $200,000 of what was being spent, what they anticipated. Because what I did is I pulled a bunch of stuff in-house, and we did it ourselves rather than contract it out. So that was a big deal. And then the second big thing was in 2018. We successfully, after a lot of negotiation, brought the Montezuma County Social Services Department under the thumb of the IT department. They were, before that, were being handled by the state, and it wasn't very efficient. If they had an issue, they would sometimes have to wait weeks to get anybody here to help them fix the problem. It just wasn't a good. And so by doing that, it also brought revenue back into the IT department, because we were able to negotiate, you know, this is what it's going to take. And I gave my two guys the opportunity. They had a choice. We could either hire another person to help, because it's bringing on a lot of work. That added another 50, 60 plus people and all the computers, or they could get a an increase in their salary, but then they would have to be able to handle the work. And they chose the latter, so far, knock on wood, it's been really smooth, no complaints. They're being managed better. And then in 2019, we started working on the online timekeeping program, which I don't know if you guys remember it or not, but the way payroll was being done before was so cumbersome and so time consuming. Phaedra was spending, well, I don't remember anymore, it was taking her like 3 weeks to do payroll every month. She spent 3 weeks out of a month doing payroll. So we all worked together and we got that successfully done. So that was a big deal, and that was hard. That took a while, about 6 months to get that done and completed. We've also updated the security to all the buildings, as you all know. I mean, we have door readers pretty much everywhere now, which gives us a better security. We get logs of who comes and goes, updated the cameras. You know, I replaced the phone system, I redid the network. We got off of the city network, saving us about $2,000 a month just by getting off the city network. That was done when did we do that? May of last year.
Yeah,
May of last year. So those were kind of the milestones. Some other things that is, you know, it's kind of irrelevant, I guess, at this point, but the first one was the 7th Street fiber extension, which you tasked me with, Commissioner, and we got that done in timely manner, and it went off pretty much without a hitch. You know, that's really about it there, I guess. And that, on the fiber, I do want to bring up one more thing on the new fiber project, just so you know. I just got off the meeting this morning with CDOT, so I've got that permit process going now. So I met with the COG, and she's going to go ahead and do the NEPA study right now, so we don't have to be held up by that. So they're paying for that as part of the deal. So that'll be done. So I'll let you know as soon as I get the CDOT thing rolling. That's what a pain.
Is that just the right-of-way permits?
Yeah. And then I have to go through the second side of that, which is hanging on the bridge. That's a whole nother permit. So I'm working on that now. Just some statistics that are probably don't mean much, but just so you know, there's 3 of us in our department, and we're on call 24/7, 365 because of the sheriff's office. It is what it is. It's always been that way. We support 244 users, 429 desktops and servers. Last year, the number of help desks were 2,459, but there was more than that because we get a lot of emails of people that won't use the help desk or don't. Right now, we're using, just so you, just because it's a curious thing, how much storage space do we use? If you add it all together, we're about 200 terabytes. So go go Google what a terabyte is, and that'll show you how much space we need. And then we support elections, sheriff's office fingerprint systems, all the various softwares that go on, and those are all different. And we've been tasked a bazillion times now about inventing some better way of doing stuff. It's kind of like in here when COVID happened. How do we stream better? How do we accommodate it? And we found a way, because I get calls every day from people going, how did you do that? Can you help us? Mancus is one of them. Bayfield was one of them. La Plata County actually called me. Want to know how we did it. So that's really about it. I breezed through it pretty quick, but that's kind of an overview of our department. All the departments, I listed all the departments on here. Every department at this point we support. And I'd like to think we do it pretty efficiently. So, any questions, comments?
What about security? What kind of security protocols we running, and
on which side of things? On the computers themselves?
Well, yeah. Are we tracking any kind of attempts to come into our system?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so our security system. You know, there's no perfect scenario because I try to watch what I spend on that too. I mean, I could.
And also watch how much you say about that on YouTube.
You could go. I mean, you could spend all day, every day, 24 hours a day work just dealing with security. So it's finding that fine balance. But I can tell you this, just our website alone, We just looked this morning, we're averaging about 100 hits an hour of people trying to hack into through the website. Now, they're not gonna get anywhere because of the way it's tightened down, but they're still trying. And we do get the occasional attack trying to get into us from the outside, but I got a pretty good grip on that. I watch it all the time, and I get email notices when something's trying to penetrate our system. So we try to stay on top of that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Joel?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank
And
you,
welcome
Jim.
aboard, Commissioners.
And you guys thank you for the job that you do. I mean, I have, my iPad works wherever I go, and now it's a mobile office of Zoom, and it never, or very seldomly is in this building. So I do thank you and your staff.
You're very
for the
welcome.
job that you guys
It
do.
is what we do, and we're glad to do it. And thank you for your support, because that means a lot too. Makes our job easier.
If you could figure a way to sort about half of them hundreds of emails that come in every day.
And I just want to throw out my gratitude also, because without the phenomenal job that our 3 IT techs did during 2020 and all of the initial chaos that went with it, the county would not have functioned. So much gratitude.
I just need a day off now. I'm working on it. So, yeah, it's all good. And you guys know how to reach me if you need anything. We're always here for you.
We do.
Hey,
At least I do.
we brought John over too, off of he was being managed outside too, and it was a little bit of a stumble at first, but we got there.
Yeah, I like the way I'm set up, and I don't use. I have a Mac too, so.
Yeah, I made it even
put in
more
extra effort.
complicated.
Yep. I mean, as you can imagine, in today's day, IT is very important in every business, everybody's life, and so, every department's important, but we probably all rely on IT. I mean, that's my office too, right there.
And I agree. I mean, it really is. It's a mobile office, and I go everywhere with it. I can't set it down because of the hundreds of emails and meetings that we're all required to go to. So again, thank you.
You're very
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
See that, Shane? I rushed for you.
Good. I'll do the same.
Good morning, Shane. We're going to go to vehicle maintenance.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Shane Higman.
All right. Same spiel for me. You guys might not know me, so my name's Shane Higman. I have worked for the county for almost 7 years now. I came on May 4th of 2014. I did 3 years as a mechanic there at the road department, then 2 years as the shop foreman for the road department, and now almost 2 years as the road shop foreman / fleet manager, if that's what you want to call it. Some days I don't really know what my job fully entails. It changes daily. But
Other duties as required?
yes, I signed the thing to say that I would do basically anything, I guess. I did a little bit of my professional background is DADCA have a certificate in heavy diesel mechanics out of Denver Auto and Diesel College when that was still a thing. I worked 4.5 years for Skanska as 2 years down in their shop, and then 2.5 years as a heavy equipment mechanic out in the field for them. And then I worked for 4 years at Cortez Auto Repair, switched gears and went to auto. And so I do have a fairly good concept of everything we do over there because I've spent at least 4 years in both fields. So as the fleet, our function is to service all the county vehicles, keep them serviced, keep records of their service, and notify everybody. It's important because there's a lot of vehicles that would just get kind of looked past, and now everything gets reported over to me. I put it in a computer program called FleetMate, and that kicks up when the oil changes are due, and I let those departments know. Along with flat tires, their door alarm's not working right, their light's not working right, their tow cameras coming on when they're not supposed to, all kinds of different scenarios. We also manage all the purchases of the new fleet units. What was that, 2 years ago we did $300,000 a year is what I've been asking for out of the general budget to replace old units, and we've been doing a fairly decent job of doing that. And also I've been switching some around, some that would get high mileage in like the sheriff's department or the road department, switch them to a department that would put less miles on them a year. They need the unit, but it'll make the unit last a lot longer for the county purposes. We also dispose or rehome all the units that get turned back in to the fleet, and we keep all the records. FleetMate's really good. I can pull up reports of what needs to be replaced and how many units we have and all of that. So we keep records of what needs to be replaced county-wide, and that helps in purchasing of the new units, whether we need to switch one over to another department to get it a couple more years, or if we just need to get rid of that vehicle and get a new one. So as you can see, this is what we reserviced and sold with the fleet and the road department, and I think the landfill's even down at the very bottom. But we sold all this stuff last year. We rehomed quite a few things. We got some different units. We got rid of the old Expeditions that used to be patrol units. So, and then the sold and pending sale, that just means we keep them all back in the back basically until put them all on auction at one time, or take them to the farm auction in the spring, or that's how we dispose of the units. So some of those might still be sitting back there waiting for an auction, but they'll get sold in our next opportunity. So, and then you can see what we purchased there last year for the fleet and why we replaced the units that we did. I kind of put a note over there, and it was in pretty bad shape. I don't know, there was just a couple of units that kind of got looked past, and like you can see, no oil pressure and ECMs going out and things like that. And we did have a few units that were totaled last year. We had an Impala that got totaled, and I don't know, it wasn't last year, the year before that we had a sheriff's unit got totaled. So those unexpected things do come up, having to replace units that get totaled.
And for those listening in YouTube land, an ECM is an engine control module.
Yeah.
The other thing that we also taxed Shane with when we started this program, we reduced, I want to say it was 12% of the fleet, and we did that within a short period of time, within like 3 or 4 months. Got rid of those, got rid of a bunch of the aging units, and then established basically the guideline of 150,000 miles and or 15 years, correct?
Yeah, correct. And there's still a few units that are pushing that. You can't just come in one night and replace everything that's that way. It's just not going to happen.
Correct.
So
But
there's still a few units that are over that.
we knew that, and that's why we now have set aside X amount for every year so that we can keep that going, to keep reliable units within the county. So,
And if you remember in that initial setup, the number of units being replaced will go down as the years go. We'll end up getting to this number of units needs replaced every year, and we'll need this amount of money every year. But for the first, I think it was 3 years, we had a larger amount of money to get caught up where we'd been neglecting before. So, and also in my duties, I run the road department shop too. So we deal with all the major malfunctions of the road department. So we have some pretty aged equipment over there, which we don't mind. It takes a lot of maintenance. So, and we're also building in-house. I like to do everything I can in-house. Last year we had to shift a dozer over to Wagner to get some specialty stuff done on it. But other than that, we're building a dump truck in-house this year. We're going to build a water truck in-house this year. we have the tank and the end dump sitting down there for it. So we're taking on some pretty major projects for my little crew over there. But it's saving the county a lot of money because we replaced our transport units, and we're gonna take the old transport units and put a water tank and a dump truck on it. So it saves the county a lot of money, and that's just in the road shop functions over there. So, to show how we're funded, we're basically a loan from the road department. We take a loan from the road department, and at the end of the year, we want everything to be, we charge $40 an hour to the departments, and there's the breakdown of how we came up with the $40 an hour, and it seems to be working pretty well. Last year, when it was all said and done, we don't charge the road department because the road department funds us, plus pays all the utilities. We use their shop, all that, but we do track how many hours Fleet would have spent for the road department, and so at the end of the year you have a number there and that number last year was we did 10,668, so almost $11,000 worth of work for the road department that we didn't.
And so the commissioners understand the reason for the separation is that road and bridge is a special tax that's paid in, and we can't use road and bridge money to service a public health or social service vehicle. And so there has to be this juggling act that keeps road tax dollars going to roads and health tax dollars going to health and general fund, et cetera. That's the reason for that, the
So
Reader's Digest version.
Yeah, it does come out in the end. This year anyway, everything came out basically as a wash at the end of the year. So we did what we were aiming to do. The road department didn't spend anything to keep Fleet going. And
Was that a money laundering reference?
No comment. But it's a little bit tricky how our finances run over there, but that's a breakdown of, and we do have, this question comes up 2 or 3 times a year of why we're charging the other departments $40 an hour. And this is the breakdown, this is where we got it. So, and it seems to work out pretty well. Let's see, the challenge, and I wanted to show that total heavy equipment for the county is 179 units, which that's anything, as you can see, that's trucks, trailers, backhoes. That's what, basically I have 3 mechanics in the road shop taking care of these all the time, and we still don't ever even see the light of day. We're so booked up that we just prioritize what's really broke and try to keep things on the road safely. We really focus on the trucks, DOTs. I hear the whole county, we're county, we don't have to worry about this and that, and I do not go by that rule. If we are just like everybody else out on the road, and we should be just as safe as everybody else out on the road. So we DOT our trucks once a year, we go through them thoroughly, make sure they're safe to be out operating on the road. So, and then our light fleet is 104 units. That can also entails a few that we don't, MoCo is state funded, so, but we'd still take care of their units. We do all their oil changes and all their stuff. So 104 light units, which is a lot of units. It's a lot more than what, just sitting over in the road department, we have 18, but when you look at the big picture, 104 units is a lot of units, and they're spread throughout the county. You see all these white units or black units with a Montezuma County sticker on the side of it. You don't really know how many of them there are until you see this piece of paper, and then you see that there's a lot to be taken care of there. And we did, like you said, we had a set number, and we did come off of that number a little bit last year because there's a few units added and a few units taken away from other departments. And I think overall we added 3 units to the whole fleet last year. And some of that's the sheriff's department. They add deputies, but they need something to drive. So when we buy them a new vehicle, they only turn one in and keep a few so that the deputies have something to drive. And that's some challenge that we're going to come up with eventually as a fleet department is keeping the sheriffs in reliable vehicles as their number of deputies rises. And that's just something we're gonna have to deal with in the run here.
Would it help if we got the guy that they tax stripped at Baymont that made it all the way out to Road Y16 with no tires to teach the training course?
It could be. We have, from what I see here, that we took 2 units, administration used to have 3 units, and we're down to 1 unit in administration now. The road department dropped 1 unit, and we're getting ready to drop another unit this year. But from that diesel pickup we bought, we're dropping one of the old Power Stroke we used for service truck, and we just gonna pull a trailer that we're making a service trailer in our shop, right, the service truck. The sheriffs added 3 to their number, and social services added 2, but social services is somewhat hard because they are 80-20 split on funding, so they can kind of say when they need to get rid of a vehicle and when they don't, because the county only pays 20% of their vehicle purchases. That's just something that I also didn't know when I started this. So challenges, we have, you can see the number of different light duty fleet that we have, and every single one of those has a different need and a different want for their fleet purposes. So juggling all that, dealing with all the department heads to get them what they need, also in a cost-effective way, is definitely a challenge for the fleet department, but we seem to muddle our way through that okay. The other issue I have is not having full control over the fleet sometimes, and I would like to get enough trust that they would, the department heads, some of them they don't fully trust the fleet department yet on their needs. And we've made big headway in the last 2 years, but that's still a challenge that we have. And keeping those numbers, like you were saying, not letting those numbers creep up every single year, and people having units that are not used for anything, just sitting around. We'd like to keep that number down to a manageable fleet number. And basically what we talked about is trying to get, if somebody wants to add numbers to their fleet, they need to come get your guys' approval. You know, social services is a little bit different just because they're funded differently, but that seems to be.
Some of what he's talking about, just for your guys' information too, when we looked at this, we had some vehicles that weren't getting, I think, 3,000 miles annually. And it's the insurance and everything that we were keeping for that, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, we needed to look at the needs and the wants, and it really wasn't needed. So that's why we did that entire reduction, and now we're just trying to work through this in the next, you know, basically 3 to 5 years to get it ironed out to where it's running efficiently.
And there's
that's
still,
kind of where we're headed.
There's still some that don't get a lot of mileage, but they seem to understand that they're the ones that get the vehicles that are 12 or 13 years old. They don't ever put miles on them. And that's one thing that I've really tried to push since I've been there, is like the road department supervisor, he puts 25,000, he runs the roads all day long every day. So he puts 25,000 miles a year on his unit. And some of these don't even put 3,000 miles a year on their unit. So last year, you know, the assessor averages around 3,000 miles a year on their units. So last year we took the superintendent, the road superintendent's pickup, and put it over to the assessor, so it can live out its life at the assessor at 3,000 miles a year, where it would have been mileaged out in just a few years if it would have stayed as the road superintendent's truck. And then we got him a new pickup.
And the assessor needed vehicles for her appraisers because they couldn't do their job. So we gave up our unit, and
we did we added a unit to the assessors last year.
So they have enough vehicles so that they can get their job accomplished. So that was another thing that we looked at, is what really are your needs, and that was one that we had identified.
And can we get a rickshaw for GIS?
I'm sure. We can get whatever you want.
It's about a tuk-tuk.
Did they request that?
I'm
You can't
just
request
now
it.
introducing
You can't
the
request
idea.
it for them.
They will now. Opportunities and goals that I have for over there is I'd like to get everyone confident with the system. I'd like to get everything in the whole county to be able to use FleetMate, be able to put in hours, their equipment and everything. I would really like to see everyone using that system so that we don't have any major malfunctions because of lack of like knowing when a service is due or that. And that the other thing I've really pushed over there is trying to get, you know, you buy a new pickup at 80,000 miles, it's supposed to have spark plugs. Well, the old fleet system didn't have anywhere in there that it was supposed to be done at 80,000, so you just guessed, I guess. And this new fleet system, I put in there that it's supposed to, right when we buy a vehicle, it's at 80,000, it's supposed to have spark plugs. So when that comes up, it tells me, it turns red and says, this is supposed to be done. And it's a lot of computer time. I'm still trying to catch up after almost 2 years. It's for 104 units, it's a lot, and plus taking care of all the stuff for the road department too. So we're slowly getting there. It's still not gonna be an overnight thing, but it is getting there. And then, I don't know if there's any way of doing it, but it seems like it's kind of, at some points, billing all these departments, cutting checks, the paper trail. It's an excessive amount of work for all the different departments. Eventually, maybe there's an easier way to do that, but that's something I would like to look into, but I don't know if it's possible or not, but something I would like to look into in the future. It's just, we charge them and then we deposit. It's a lot of paperwork that, you may just have to do it, but it's something I would look into to see if there's an easier system of doing it.
Get with that IT guy that was just.
Yeah, I was just talking to him in the back, don't worry. And then, there's just a few extra things that, I didn't know about Fleet when I started that I've learned that you guys might want to know. One of them was that the social services their replacement units are 80-20. The county only pays 20% of those replacements. The sheriff has 2 units that we do not purchase. One is the casino detention van or detention Tahoe. The casino pays for it, or I don't know if the casino or the tribe, but it's not purchased by us. And they have a unit from the Dolores that Dolores pays for that patrols Dolores, and we don't buy that one. Dolores Town buys that. MoCo is state funded. All their replacement units get bought by the state. And then other than that, next year I would really like, or next month I would like to bring you guys a list of the units that I'd like to replace this year. And last year I kind of split it up. It was a couple of units here and a couple of units there, and it was kind of a learning curve. This year I'd like to have everything together. These are the units I'd like to buy for these departments. Get you guys okay to go get bids by next month, and by come April I would like to have a full setup and send out bids all at once, and just have, say, a bid sheet to all these people and get all the bids at one time and get everything purchased at one time. And it's just easier for everyone in that respect. So that'll be my next couple months coming up. I would like to have that together of the units I'd like to replace, and then by the next month have all the bids in and get you guys' approval on those units. So, other than that, Greg? I know that there's been some talk about, this is one of our older units that Greg and I and Shaq were talking about trying to get donated to the, well, he'll tell you about it. He's got more info on this.
So why is Extension here with Fleet Department today? Well, kind of under the theme of food access, community building, and transportation. And so in this last year, I've had the privilege of joining the Team Up Food Security Action Team. And I think we've noticed, especially during the pandemic, the rise in food needs for a lot of people in our community, and food security being a major theme that we're looking to address through collaboratives. So the Food Security Action Team is a collaborative of the local Montezuma County Public Health Department, Good Samaritan Food Pantry and other food pantries in Toyac and throughout the county. The Good Food Collective, which is a gleaning program for food as well too, and extension. And with the educational end, that comes in for self-sufficiency skills, food preservation, all of those. Well, one of the greatest barriers to fresh local food is transportation. So the transportation to get out to local farms, ranches, and then deliver food to people in the greatest need. And so transportation's a huge thing. So where I reached out to Shaq and was like, hey, if there's any possibility of a county vehicle that might be at its end of its lifespan, is there a possibility of getting it donated to our group? That's where Shane came involved, and we met up with Shane, and he what do I want to say, just found a vehicle, one of the ones that he talked about earlier that would be on its way to a farm auction, had hit the requirements of miles and all of that. And, you know, with the expedition onto that, you could put down the seats, and majority of it, like I said, would be for food delivery, food distribution onto that end. And so this letter is from Kirby Foster, who is the director of the Good Samaritan Food Pantry, where the actual vehicle would be housed. And they would take over, obviously, all the insurance or maintenance costs, fuel, all of that. So what I'm here to ask today is if the commissioners would approve donating the vehicle to our food security action team as a community resource for our citizens or that are vulnerable and needing good food access. I would take it upon myself, with reporting to Shaq and to all of you, to show you the impact throughout the years of how much food is being purchased from local farms and ranches, and also getting distributed to families and people in need as well too. So that's my request, and if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. But I want to thank Shane and Shaq, who I've worked with on this.
I guess the only question is this a 501(c)(3)?
The Good Samaritan, yes.
Yeah. So I think we can donate straight to a 501(c)(3), right?
You can, if you all
Yeah.
think it's a worthy cause, and, you know, it's similar to a request for money at the end of the year when people do. So absolutely, you all can make that decision to do that if you want to.
Right. Okay. And then you would keep that or log that information and give us a report once in a while or periodically?
Absolutely.
Of what?
Yep, you got it. Yeah, it'd be, you know, where I was just sitting on a team meeting this morning about purchasing, you know, food during the winter time as well too, you know, eggs or meat from our local ranchers and all of that. And that ability could expand with transportation. Yep.
Okay. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
I think it's a good idea. Help them out.
Make a motion.
Got to have something to work with.
Also move we donate this to, where do you want it to go to? Good
The
Samaritan?
Good Samaritan.
Good Samaritan
Okay.
Food Pantry. Yep.
And what is it?
It is,
It's a 2010 Ford Expedition.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to donate to the Good Samaritan Center of Cortez, Colorado, 2010 Expedition. That is no longer useful within our facilities. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Awesome, thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate
there
it.
you go.
Yep. Be
All
in.
right, great.
Do you
Shane?
guys have anything else? You good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not at this point.
Nice to see you.
Okay, Doug and Rachel, GIS and mapping, come forward.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. My name's Doug Roth. I'm the GIS manager, and I've been employed with the county since June of 2008. My background is I graduated with a degree in GIS in 1993. I guess that dates myself a little bit, but I've been involved in GIS work all that time. I've worked for the Park Service, briefly for the City of Cortez, and then I came to the county in 2008 and have enjoyed my time ever since. And Rachel came to us in June of 2016, approximately. And what's your background, Rachel?
So June this year will be 5 years for me at the county, so I'll get my vacation raise. But a little bit of my background is I went to Fort Lewis College in Durango and got a degree in geology and studied GIS. And then worked for the state in the invasive species program until coming here in 2016. So.
And Rachel's also very involved in the community as well. If commissioners don't know, Mayor Pro Tem on search and rescue for probably the last 4 or 5 years, and various boards. So, and the history of GIS in Montezuma County, I find it kind of interesting myself, because a lot of GIS has started being adopted by local governments in the mid 1990s, and from what I saw is that they adopted GIS as a way to improve find efficiencies in and opportunities in local government operations. And what we've seen is that did happen. It was brought on at a time when I think the county was doing some land use code updates, and its primary use for the first number of years was with applications in the planning department and with the assessors and appraisers, and being able to do their job. So at one end, you have the planning department being able to better review applications, see that it meets land use code, comment on applications, give people the information before projects, and then at the tail end of it, you see GIS being used so that the appraisers and assessors can properly do their job when we're managing databases. And really, what has evolved a little bit is that at this time, we really equally serve the county departments internally, taxing entities, and the public directly, as we'll kind of see. And I really like that transition that's happened, because you don't just want to create another government, department in the government just to exist because it can exist. We really want to provide that usefulness directly to the public and our other taxing agencies. So our database started, and it's still our primary database that we maintain, is our parcel database that Rachel does a fantastic job in drawing new parcels, new subdivisions, really takes a lot of care in doing that. As we discussed last week, I take on the road database and the road mapping, and try and make sure that is absolutely as accurate as possible. And those were our first 2 layers that we had. Now we have over 70 layers in our database that we maintain. And our first imagery that we had to work on the only imagery we had access to was black and white imagery from 1993 until we got some color imagery in 2003 with the Dolores River project, and then in 2005 countywide. Currently, we've expanded that, and we have imagery from 1937 through last year. So the growth in what we have is, I've really enjoyed seeing that occur. And like Jim McLean mentioned, it's kind of interesting because GIS actually existed for a few years before the IT department existed. And the GIS staff in the late 90s were the people that knew how to change out a hard drive or configure something in Windows. And then it became very evident that you know, they needed more and more of an IT function, and thankfully that was transitioned to Jim's crew here in about 2013 fully, so that they can do their job and we can just do what we need to in our job. And really what we do is we manage data, we manage databases, we do research projects for folks, archives. So I guess moving on a little bit, we have our base budget is about $157,000. Of that, about $8,500 is in software maintenance agreements for our primary software, and $4,000 in operating cost and our training costs. And then occasionally we'll have special projects. This year we have $34,000 reserved to continue the 2020 aerial imagery project. We collected some imagery last spring through a contractor and a partnership with the City of Cortez, Town of Dolores, Mancos, Rico, Dolores County, all those agencies. We didn't accept that data, so they're going to refly that data here this spring in late March. And then we'll finish out that contract. Really the only other expenses we typically have, we asked for an increase in operating expenses last year so we could purchase a plotter that was approximately $4,000. So other than that, those are really our expenses. There's primarily personnel cost. Our budget is funded, from what I understand, 25% by 911 funds and 75% by county general. And our basic duties, I've touched on some of these, but we maintain our base data layers. We also do maintain a countywide database of our recreational facilities and trails. We discovered there was a little bit of a gap countywide in that data because the Forest Service has their data, the BLM has their data, the cities and towns have their data. So we brought it all together, and whenever we hear about a new recreational facility, we want to make sure that everybody has access to that all at one place. We also update the E911 system and create emergency response maps for school grounds, elder care, nursing homes, group housing facilities. We review planning applications and coordinate with septic for their permitting, road department for their driveway permitting. We prepare the annual HUTF report, census boundary and annexation surveys. We do that also for Mancos and Dolores, since we have the capability of doing that. We're going to be doing some redistricting this year. It's a census year, and we adopt a new county road map, usually about every 2 years or on an as-needed basis. Work with Kim to verify election district boundaries and any addressing questions they might have, because they store their voter records, as they should, in a separate database, but sometimes there's some some question if an address got changed. Sometimes we'll get confusion. Typically, it's when somebody's up to West Fork, Dolores, on Road 38, what county and who they should be voting for and what database they should be in. And Rachel, yeah.
Before I let you go, Rachel, I was talking to the fire chief on different matters last week, and along with myself, he said to express his gratitude to you all for the GIS mapping that he uses constantly for a lot of different reasons. But thank you for that. And then also, too, just for because I know that I task you guys with a lot of things for me with our mapping, just like with the logging industry, when we were working on the land use code, all of the mapping of where we were getting specific water and so on and so forth. So I use them all the time. Try not to abuse you, but I do thank you for what you guys do, because once you have it mapped out and you can actually see it, it's easier to make a decision on what makes the most sense. Otherwise, it's somewhat arbitrary if it's actually not mapped out. So I do appreciate it. And from the fire chief, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd say like our department really is about like the relationships we've built, with other departments, with the public, with other agencies. A lot of this data is not just for us, it's for the whole community, and building those relationships, professional and personal, has really helped grow our department, has made it more useful for everybody, and has helped, I think, everyone be able to do their jobs, to make decisions, to understand the land better. This is just kind of an example of like the internal stuff we do and then all the relationships we have in the public. And I think that's part of what I really enjoy about our job is we get to be involved in almost every aspect of the community. And I think having our online map has been a huge benefit to the community. It definitely reduces phone calls when people can operate on the map and get the information they need themselves, but it also gets people thinking and asking more questions that they may not have thought of. So we're always working to improve our online map, but we appreciate hearing how much use it gets. So if you go to the next slide, this kind of shows the growth in the use of our online map. So last year was the highest views we've gotten. That's over 68,000 for the year, which averages about 187 hits a day. And that's almost twice what it was 2-3 years ago. I know everyone was sitting at home last year, but it just shows how important that feature and that service is to everybody.
Yeah, to me, the online mapping, and I was here for about 2 years before we had our first online map, and a lot of our time was taken up simply by map request from the public, creating a little 8.5 by 11 map and emailing it or printing it to them. That really wasn't a sustainable operation because it took, almost a whole person to do that. Now the people can get the information that they want at their fingertips, and we rarely hear from people unless they have a question that's kind of an outlier, and for the most part people are getting the information they need. We have scripts on our server that updates the ownership data every day. So a deed transfer would go through the clerk's office, make its way to the assessor's office database, and then we build that into the mapping database so you can look things up on a nightly basis. So it's current data, and Rachel, related to the relationships that we built. We have a great relationship with the United States Postal Service, with making sure that our databases are synced up. Things are more dependent now than ever as people are wanting to get addresses, get those into delivery service companies, make sure those are valid. relies on the United States Postal Service database. So we email back and forth all the time. Local surveyors used to be that surveyors didn't like GIS people. We actually, because guess instead of survey is what it stood for. But we actually work well together, and by working with them, our database gets more and more accurate all the time. Utility companies, Empire Electric's great about making sure that they have a valid address before they put in a new service. So that's one checks and balance that we have to clue us into new development and make sure that we can verify addresses. And we took over addressing fully in 2014, which was a good move, especially considering that it needs to be a database that goes into the 911 system. Specifically, current projects, we're going to finalize building evacuation plans, enjoying working with economic development on website and recruitment outreach activities. This year, we are going to engage all the EMS agencies in map training and go to a BRICS 911 implementation that we've been hearing about, which requires us to make sure that they're getting the data that they need. Census redistricting, look for that around August. As we've heard, there may be some delays in the delivery of the census data so that we can do our jobs in doing redistricting for the commissioner districts, and then we've also offered to help RE1 with their director districts. And that needs to be done and finalized, I believe, by October, November, but that won't be a problem for us. Working with the BLM and Forest Service has been productive last couple of years. And one long-range project is we want to prepare about, we've had some trainings and webinars on it, but we were involved with the first E911 mapping implementation in 2008 and 9, and we want to make sure that our data is prepared for next gen 911, which is more GIS reliant as far as what the service agency is. When a cell phone number comes in, the current systems rely a bit on address and lookup tables. This would rely more heavily on GIS technologies, so there's some things that we can do in preparation for that. Internet service provider mapping sounds easier than it is, but we really want to get an idea of where the holes are. The state will tell you that they did that as a statewide and they know where the holes are, but from what we've seen, their analysis is not great.
They're pretty familiar with the Front Range, though, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure. Really like to work on a snow load layer for the county, which involves different mathematical formulas from the State Engineers Association. That
Pretty
would
short
be really
work
neat.
this year.
What's that?
Pretty short work this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, real short, only a couple of inches.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That was a request from somebody, and they publish these generalized snow load layers, and be interesting to do on a more detailed level. And then, as far as department growth, we've been 2 people since the mid-1990s, and I don't see that we would change that. It's good. We're constantly prioritizing projects based on need. If there becomes a need and we get behind, then we would certainly consider part-time workers or outsourcing some work. But typically we haven't outsourced work that we can do in-house, including our web map development, and that works out pretty well for us. We may come to you and ask for an intern program, because there has been a growth in the people who use GIS and the agencies who use GIS locally, yet there's nobody locally who's training in GIS. Fort Lewis College does have a program.
But they're always looking for internship opportunities for their students.
Right. And so, well, we're lucky to have Rachel come through that program through Fort Lewis and come over here and work for us. And there's Dolores Water Conservancy has been doing more GIS. Empire Electric has had a good GIS program and has a good GIS staff member. And so there's a growth in those opportunities, and we'd like to help foster that. So, if commissioners have any questions or ideas for what we do?
I don't.
I've never heard the guess instead of survey, though.
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah.
heard that yet.
Yeah.
Till today.
Yeah.
Anyway, again, thank you, guys. I use the mapping system all the time. Specifically, if I get a phone call, I can actually get to a computer and look it up pretty quickly, and a lot of times be able to answer the question for the person while I have them on the phone. So.
And it actually works on your phone. If you put it on speakerphone, you can double click the home button and bring it up there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does work pretty well. And I think a lot of the increase in activity that we're seeing this year is we're seeing an increase in interest in rural places.
Yeah.
People are going to Zillow more, and if they want more detailed information, they'll actually go to the county or local GIS maps. But also, I believe that it can lead to economic development opportunities as companies can get information. And we would like to develop a webpage specific to economic development opportunities, and with infrastructure and everything like that as well. So.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go.
See you tonight,
Yeah.
Rachel, thanks.
Well,
Right straight to Mr. Baxter.
I use GIS too. They do research for me often.
Guessing instead of surveying?
We hit them up. Yep. Yep. Exactly. I'd never heard that before, but
I hadn't.
But I like it because it's true. I'll be quick. Just a little update on Road Y. If you recall, that's the road that had a gate across our county road, and one of the owners along that road entered into some sort of an agreement with the BLM. I think it was 2005 to have that gate there and share the code with them. We asked them, it was on Wednesday when I sent him a written communication, so the day after our BOCC meeting last week, to keep the gate open immediately, forthwith, and to have the gate removed in 30 days. So 30 days from Wednesday is when I made the request. Rob updated me, I want to say yesterday, that he went out there and checked and the gate was open and unlocked. We also received an email, I think I was just CC'd on it, I don't recall who it was initially directed to, but from the BLM that did express that it sounds like, at least preliminarily, they agree with us, they're on our side with this, they don't know why that agreement was entered into. Looks like a county road to them. She, I think, sent it to their attorneys, it sounded like, but it did not sound like we were getting any disagreement from the U.S. on our position. Another little update, the BAA, which is the Board of Assessment Appeals, which is, just to refresh you guys' memory, our assessor assesses properties. If somebody disagrees with our assessment, they appeal to you all, and you all decide whether or not to go with the landowner and overturn what the assessor says a value's worth, or to stick with the assessor. The assessor has to work within guidelines. You all do too, but they're a little looser than what the assessor has to do. If you all rule for the private landowner, usually that's end of story. If you all rule with the assessor, side with the assessor, then the landowner has the opportunity to appeal to what's called the BAA, the Board of Assessment Appeals. It's a court-type function in Denver that until COVID hit, we used to go to Denver for these hearings. We just got set for one, and it's acting like I'm supposed to go there. It's May 5th. My guess is that I'm going to be able to do it remotely rather than going there, but we'll see. Usually it's just myself and the assessor or somebody from the assessor's office that goes with me up there and argues. So basically I'm defending you all's decision on siding with the assessor on on the assessment is what I do at the BAA. This one that's set May 5th, Commissioner Candelaria was here for, you two weren't, and it was essentially the classification of a shed that was on somebody's property, and the landowner didn't like the way the assessor classified it, and the BOCC went with the assessor. So that's what we're set for in May. Hopefully I'm not flying to Denver for that. We'll see. I may be. They have not told me I'm not. The only other thing I wanted to bring up was I believe you all were CC'd on this email from Jay Balfour, although I'm not positive, and Jay Balfour sent some suggestions from a 2015 fire code on what he thought we should incorporate into our land use code. I don't know if you all had an opportunity to glance at those or have any thoughts on it. If you all are in favor of all of them, some of them, basically what I'm going to do is meet with planning and discuss how doable, how feasible it is to incorporate those in, and how they might be enforced, whether or not we want to change wording, those types of things. The ideas that he sent us were storage of materials in buildings, limits on that, means of egress, where to store materials, not in exits, entrances, stairways, stuff like that. And then the third one was outside storage, that you couldn't store any combustible materials more than 20 feet high, I think. Did I read that right?
Mm-hmm. That's the way I understood
Okay,
it.
right. And some other limitations. But if you all want to say, hey, scrap the height one or whatever, that's fine. It's completely up to you. If you all want us to try to incorporate all of those, we can try to incorporate all of those into the land use code. So
let me ask you this, John. If we incorporate those into the land use code, are companies that are already in existence, such as 49 Squares, Ironwood, Aspen, Wallwood, are they not somehow grandfathered in? Does this somehow become retroactive? How does that work?
Right, that's a really good question. It depends on the exact language we use. They're probably not going to be grandfathered in. Of course, we would have to be fair to them, and we're not going to punish them for past violations, but they'd have to come into compliance by a certain time if we're saying, hey, you can't store combustible materials stacked higher than 20 feet high. And I have no idea whether or not they're in violation or not of that. So it's kind of, it depends on the law, how we word it, and how feasible and practical it is, and whether or not we can justify that this is for public safety. So my generic answer is they're not going to be grandfathered in. It is possible that some situations that aren't changeable are grandfathered in. I mean, obviously you can't penalize people for things that they can't change, without minimal cost. And I don't know if concrete buildings are already built, and we're not going to be making people scrape structures or things like that. So it's possible there will be some things that are grandfathered in, but generally, no. If the speed limit was 55 and we change it to 45, you're not grandfathered in, it's now 45. And so these are...
So if I spend money on a Maserati, I can drive 65 like everyone else.
Right. And
Okay.
So I think for the most part, people will not be grandfathered in to these types of restrictions.
And my
I
second,
think that
go ahead.
the emergency manager had a meeting with the fire. I'm not sure if it's all the fire chiefs or just Dolores and Aspen Wallwood tomorrow to kind of see what kind of mitigation plans they were coming up with.
That will involve the sheriff, myself, the emergency manager, Aspen Wallwood, and Mike Zion.
So, I mean, although we've read all of these, I'd kind of like to see what their recommendations are after looking at these suggestions to see where we need to go, because that's only in Dolores. It doesn't affect Mancos yet, but.
Well, if we change the land use code, it would affect the whole county.
Correct, but I mean, I'd like to get all of their input before we start looking at any other changes at all.
Sure. And then I've got another follow-up question. You're talking about enforcement. If it's part of the land use code, is that enforceable by the sheriff as a criminal deal, or is that enforceable by you on behalf of the BOCC through civil? Or what does enforcement look like if that becomes the way the commission goes?
Yes, either. There's misdemeanor penalties, so criminal, it could be enforced by the sheriff. There's also civil remedies that we have in land use code, so they could be civil suits that are filed. So either or.
We're looking at this as combustible wood stored 20 feet high. What other combustibles do we have stored 20 feet high?
Nothing,
Fuel.
it's specifically, yeah.
One thing we'll have to
Or
look
wood.
at is, do they have the room to do this? 20
Correct.
feet high and 6 feet apart and stuff. Like over at Mancus, they got a very small place to store their stuff, and it's stored 50, 60 feet high, but there's no place to store it. It's just,
That would be a good argument in their assertion that they'd be grandfathered.
they have no way to
Yeah.
spread it out any farther.
And once the county's composting pad is built on the old Carver landfill, we could offer to them, you know, you've got X amount of time, or during X amount of time, we would take this stuff, it's already shredded, it benefits us, no charge, get it over there. But I mean, that still puts a burden on them to pay for hauling and whatever else is involved in that, so.
We've got a flour mill down here that's really combustible, and it's a lot taller than 20 feet.
So those are definitely
But
considerations.
it's in city bounds.
Yeah, that's in the city. They've got, I mean, different ways of handling that,
Yeah.
which is ours are totally different. So, we'll wait to see what the fire chiefs come back with and see what their recommendations are before we move. Okay?
And
Well,
the political divide is getting pretty combustible, and the media and political parties continue to stack the manure a lot deeper than 20 feet.
You have anything else, John?
That's all I have.
All right. Okay, James,
Morning, gentlemen.
how are you?
And James, you just sent me the updated versions of these, so which
I
order
did.
do you want to go in?
Why don't we lead off with the table? That's called
Okay.
grant sources. It should be the first one in that email. That's correct, right
I'll
there.
blow it up.
So gentlemen, what I really wanted to bring forward to you this morning is the agreements that we've got set up with the Central Federal Highways Division regarding the Paths of Mesa Verde Trail. But before we get on to those agreements, I want to kind of give everybody kind of an update on where we're at with this trail and try to help the commissioners understand how we're putting these pieces together. So the first thing I wanted to let the commissioners know, and of course I've got all this put in a table, and I think this all went out to everybody on Friday, so hopefully you've had a chance to see it. So we started off in 2014 with the Transportation Alternatives Program grant. That's the TAP grant. And that was the initial grant that got everything started here. We went in a partnership with the city of Cortez, the town of Mancus, and the county. So it was essentially it was a 40-40-20 split on that. Mancus came in at 20% because they were a smaller community and didn't have the resources. So we went through that entire process. We've completed the planning and environmental linkages, which was a study that was required to advance this along. We were able to contact all the landowners on the potential routes between Cortez and Mancus. On the Mancus side, we didn't have very good success at all with getting any of the landowners to be agreeable to this project. Therefore, on the Mancus side, we were limited to putting the trail within the highway right-of-way. And we still had some possibility on the Cortez side, we still do have some possibility on the Cortez side that we can get from at least Cortez to the fairgrounds off of the highway corridor. This is what after visiting with the public and putting some surveys out, that's what the public wanted. So we're just doing our best to try to get it to that position. Because we didn't get very much cooperation on the Mancus side, The remaining budget, it was decided that we would put all that remaining budget into completing the plans as far as we could get them on the Mancos side. So as a result, we've got the Mancos side from Mancos to the Mesa Verde entrance designed to a 30% design level. And so at that point, we started looking for additional dollars to help complete the remaining design. What we were able to do is we worked with GOCO and were successful in getting a grant from GOCO, and that grant amount was for $276,500. And that would be the amount that was estimated to complete the Mancos side, bringing our design from a 30% level up to 100% level. In the meantime, we were also putting in grants to some of the other federal funding pots. And we were successful in actually landing a grant through the Federal Lands Access Program. That's the FLAP program. And that's managed by the Central Federal Lands Highway Division. The grant amount was for $5,851,851.30. So the strategy kind of shifted at that point, and because Central Federal Lands does everything internally. And so they do all their internal design work. They actually, when we get on to the construction phase, they'll actually go out and contract, supervise all the construction. Really, all we have to do as a county is make sure that we administer the finances correctly on that. And so for my part, that's going to be a matter of turning in reimbursable requests. And that's essentially what we have to really keep hard track on. So it gets a little complicated at this point then, because we realized that we didn't need the money from the Colorado, the GOCO grant to complete the flat portion of it. However, that money from the GOCO grant could be used as match, because under the Federal Lands Access Program grant, we've got a 17.2% match. So what we can do is take that $276,500, we can apply that to the match, because our matching amount for the $5.8 million comes out to be $990,000. So when we add that $276,000, I should say, I guess we should subtract the $276,500 from that $990,000. We're coming up with about $703,500 left. And I'm going to add one more piece to that. The county has already put a deposit down in the amount of $10,000 to contribute towards doing the initial design phases through Central Federal Lands Highway Division. So, and that's actually how we get the $703,000. Ideally, that would come back down to a 50% match with the town of Mancos, because they're our funding partner on that. And so each partner then would be contributing roughly $351,750. The other thing I want to mention about the Federal Land Highway program is that the actual construction is slated for 2026. And so what we're challenged to do is to try to get our design work done under the wire to meet our grant deadline for the GOCO grant, because that has a deadline of June 30, 2021. And so that will be the initial money that we're able to contribute as our match to try to advance the design project on the Mancos side. So that will be the kind of the big time crunch on that. So anyway, I've talked with Central Federal Lands. They feel like they can complete all the work to get us reimbursed, or actually we should reimburse them for all this up to that point. And I think we should be able to come in under the wire, so that we should be able to use that GOCO grant as an offset. What we're left with is really looking for additional funding between now and 2026, so that we can help pay down that $351,000 remaining in grant as our match. So the way that we would do that is we'd be looking for more money through GOCO. GOCO grants are usually around $200,000, maybe $300,000 at the best. So we potentially could have enough to, come pretty close to knocking that whole cost down. Of course, Mancos would probably be doing the same thing at their end, because they have the same the matching requirement. So I guess my message is between now and say 2024, we should be looking for grants. We need to be cautious about putting in for those too soon, because unless CFL can actually spend that out, we could miss a grant deadline on that. So we don't want to do that. But things sound pretty good with CFL right now. They feel like they're able to meet all of our deadlines. So that's where we're at with the CFL grant, and that's over on the Manka side. Now, to get back over to the Cortez side, we recently were awarded $459,270 for completing design work on the Cortez to Mesa Verde portion of it. That dollar amount will be enough to actually complete 100% design for what we call segment B, which is actually from the fairgrounds to the Mesa Verde entrance. And part of the reason that we're taking this approach is because between the fairgrounds and Mesa Verde, we have no other owners that are going to cooperate with us to be able to work that trail off of the highway route. So we told them to put all the focus on to completing the design work for that segment B. And what we've also included in segment B is we realize we have to have an underpass on the highway to get people from the fairgrounds over to the Phil's World. And Phil's World, obviously on the Cortez side, that is kind of the primary objective for people coming from Cortez, riding out in that direction. So we are under contract currently with OTAC for the Multimodal Options Fund. That's that last one, the $459,000, and they are currently working on that. Their deadline is June 30th, 2023. So that kind of gives us a pretty good overview of where we're at. I know it's a little bit complicated, and we're always using one fund to match to try to bring down our overall cost. And of course, with the feds, you can't use a federal grant to match federal dollars. So in our case, it works pretty well because the GOCO grant is, of course, state dollars, and all of that should be eligible. So where we're at today is I've got the contracts from the Federal Highways Administration that have been brought in, and we're asking for commissioners' signature on these two agreements. And actually, it's a two-piece agreement. In order for us to start moving forward then with the CFL and try to finalize the design on the Manka side. So I've got documents here. The red tags indicate where the signatures should go.
We just need to sign these or give it to each one and let them move it forward. These are already approved, right?
These have already been approved?
Well, no, these haven't been approved by the commissioners.
Okay.
This is a draft that came from CFL, and so they're waiting for signatures from us. And when they get our signatures, they'll respond with a signature in kind, and that'll kick the project off.
Have you seen these?
I don't think so. Have I looked at these?
I sent them in the packet Friday via email.
Okay, I believe I sent everybody a copy.
And James
also.
also sent them to everybody.
Why don't we wait until we come back this afternoon to give John a little bit of time?
Yep.
And then
Certainly.
that way we can review them before we move them.
Yeah, certainly. You bet.
We'll just go from there then. Because we will be back.
Okay, yeah, that works fine by me. I'll be here.
You can't say that without an accent.
So I guess to finish my report out, I'm continuing to work on the response to the archaeological assessment. And we'll hopefully be meeting with the Rangeland Stewardship Committee sometime maybe this week, early next week. So that has kind of consumed a fair amount of my time here lately. I don't have anything else really pressing that we need to visit about. Was there anything the commissioners would like to visit with me about?
When you get a meeting with the Rangeland Stewardship, I'd like to sit in on that if it's possible.
Absolutely. We'd be very, very happy to have you.
I'd like to.
Okay.
Okay, well, I guess that'll conclude the report until this afternoon.
All right, thanks,
I'll be
James.
back.
Thanks.
Shaq, we're gonna go to you now.
Okay, the first things I have for the commissioners is over in our assessor's office, there was a software mistake made that inadvertently ended up taxing a couple of groups twice, and so we have to abate or refund their money. The treasurer, of course, cannot just refund taxes without permission of the Board of County Commissioners, but in this case, it's cut and dry. They got taxed twice, and so the abatement needs to be made. So the first petition for abatement of refund of taxes is from Precision Drilling Company, which is a limited partnership, and the abatement refund amount on that is $29,400.56. So we would need a motion, a second, and a vote to abate Precision Drilling Company in the amount of $29,400.56.
I would move we abate Precision Drilling Company $29,456.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to allow the abatement to Precision Drilling Company in the amount of $29,400.56. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Did you hand that to him for signature?
And then the second one is the exact same scenario, except for this will be for Real Cinema LLC, and the abatement amount on that will be $15,961.78.
I move we abate Real Cinema LLC in the amount of $15,961.78.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to abate refund taxes to Real Cinema LLC in the amount of $15,961.78. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And then the next order of business I have for the commissioners is we have an agreement with Value West to be the commercial appraiser. Our assessor, Leslie Bugg, does the residential, and she has a contract with a commercial appraiser, and this would be an extension of the contract that's already in existence. And if you have any contract questions, I'm sure John has already looked this over.
Yes, and we've signed this before. I think we just started using this company. We've only used them for a couple years. It hasn't been too long. It's been since Leslie has been our assessor, and she thinks it's a good deal. Obviously, we make a lot of tax money off of commercial property, and so this was the best route for her. So that's why we've been using them.
And so we would need a motion to extend the contract with Value West, if the commissioners agree to do so.
Is it okay with it?
Yeah, I remember this one. It's been at least 2 years since I've been here. We have signed this, so.
So she probably predated you then, is my guess, because we've been using it since her. You need somebody, we either need to hire a person who has the qualifications to do this, or we need to contract it out. We've been contracting it out.
So if you want to.
I move that we renew Value West's contract with the county for their appraisals and commercial property in Montezuma County.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve Value West as the commercial appraiser for the county and a contract extension agreement. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And all three need to sign it.
Okay, and while you're signing those, I will go over the public notices that we have for all of our upcoming meetings. Let's see. That one's already happened.
There's
They start tomorrow.
So, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will attend a board-to-board meeting with the Town of Mancos Board of Trustees on Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. The meeting will begin at 5:30 p.m. The meeting will be held at Mancos Town Hall, 117 North Main Street in Mancos, Colorado. And this is going to be a meet and greet scenario. No decisions will be made. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will meet with the Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company Tuesday, February 9th, that would be today, 2021, at 1:30 p.m. at Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company, 24055 Road L.4, Cortez, Colorado. The meeting will be held in executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under Colorado Revised Statute, Section 246402, subsection 4, subsection B, and for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under Colorado Revised Statute, Section 24-6-402, subsection 4, subsection E. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will attend a hybrid Zoom meeting with the Town of Dolores Town Board on Thursday, February 18th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. The Commissioners will be meeting in person in the Commissioners Meeting Room. That's here, 109 West Main Street, Cortez, Colorado. The county will also be broadcasting the meeting through the county's YouTube channel at www.montezumacounty.org. This meeting will be a meet and greet for board members to get to know each other and to discuss common interests and projects. No decisions will be made. And notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will attend a hybrid board-to-board meeting with Cortez City Council on Tuesday, February 16th, 2021 from 6 o'clock p.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. The meeting will occur via Zoom, and the Board of County Commissioners will be assembled in person in the Commissioners Meeting Room at 109 West Main Street in Cortez. I've also been notified that a handful of the City Council members may also come to our room and be present. This meeting will also be broadcast live via the county's YouTube channel, which can be accessed at www.montezumacounty.org. This is a meet and greet type meeting and no decisions will be made. So there's some upcoming meetings for the commissioners because they like to have meetings. I attended the IGA detox meeting with Axis and the other local governments yesterday. Some interesting statistics to come out since COVID started in the state of Colorado. Substance abuse is up 62%. And opioid overdeaths across the state are up 40%. Medicaid is also now covering inpatient substance use disorder treatment. So if you're seeking help for substance use or abuse and you're on Medicaid, there's a program that will help to cover that now. I attended a Cortez Sanitation District meeting last night to discuss what Mel Jarman brought forth last week in the methane probing, and the Cortez Sanitation District has sent an initial email saying they would relinquish the 40 acres to us that's in question, so long as we assume all the work and future liability that goes along with that. And assuming that the commissioners were to want to accept that, I think those details would need to be hammered out with the attorneys before there was any kind of formal deal. So I have forwarded that email on. I'll give the commission time to look that over before making a decision, and that's John is copied on that email. So so that concludes my report unless there's questions from the commissioners.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Stevenson.
Well, it's been another week of CCI Zoom meetings and talking to the public about the NCAs and the flow dyne stuff, and just more education for another week.
Good.
To get on top of things. Shaq's 100 emails.
Yeah. Lots of reading.
Wait till
I did
300.
I did watch that video on assessing solar properties and what they're going to do about battery storage. And battery storage seems kind of out of reach right now because it's so expensive. But a lot of progress is being made. Assessing properties with solar farms on it, probably not going to be any much more than assessed as farm, agriculture. But they're still playing around with that. They haven't settled on anything, which might be good for people that do have large solar farms. Met with some people on a little bit of tourism stuff, a little bit of taxation stuff, and that's about the size of it.
All right, very good. Well, it was a busy week just dealing with day-to-day operations here in the county. Met with my Mighty Dozen group last night, and the big takeaway last night was the inequities of counties, specifically smaller rural counties, as far as the vaccines and the allocation. So we will work on that with the governor's call, which we have in 2 weeks. We have every 3 weeks we get a governor's call. However, the email that I got from our health department last night, we did get last week's allocation, so we're in pretty good shape. Hope to have another 1,500 vaccinated by the end of this week if everything works out right, through the health department, through the hospital, and so on and so forth. Then I attended the Dolores town meeting last night. Some of the things that they discussed for us were gravel and dust mitigation, vaccines, so we'll have to get with some of the other department heads. The lodger's tax, how is that going to work this year specifically, because the lodger's tax was proposed to be down 60%, but obviously there is a group that will bring that forward to us. The Salter Way EA, and then weeds within their city, and we'll get with Bonnie on that. Then they had a large discussion over suppression systems in their new facilities in Dolores. And that's really about it. So, if you guys would like, we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Not here, though.
And it will be at the MVI boardroom out off of 491.
So, this contract, do we want to discuss that now, or do you want to do that at MVI, or?
When we come back.
So we're gonna come back after the MVI meeting?
I think so, because
Okay.
then we'll actually close our meeting.
Cool.
And we can finish anything else and
Okay.
go from there. So we are gonna,
So do we need to make a motion that we're gonna be in executive session when we go back?
that's just what I was gonna ask John, do we need to do that now, or did Shaq already do it by previewing what he just read?
Which was the public notice that we'd be going into executive session with all the CRS. We can't obviously name who's going to be there because we don't know.
At MVI.
Correct. But it will be a public meeting at MVI, and they will announce it as part of their records.
I think that'll be sufficient. We need a record of us going into executive session, and so we'll assume that we're gonna be on the record there.
Okay.
I think it'll be fine.
All right.
Gosh, I don't know what their rules are, and we should be recording it. Are you coming with us, Ms. Purcell?
Are you coming with us to lunch? You're welcome to come with us to lunch. We're still on YouTube, so don't say anything goofy because we haven't adjourned yet.
We'll be back.
I think you should be prepared to record it, with your phone or with some device, and just because I don't know what their requirements are. And so we need to announce that we're going into executive session in public, announce that we've come out of executive session in public, and we need to record it.
Okay. So we'll do that out there then?
Yes, that's
We
fine.
will.
Right, we can meet anywhere we want to, and they know where we're meeting, so we'll do it out
And
there.
it's been public notice for a while, so, once you guys adjourn, I'll switch us off YouTube.
Okay, we will go to lunch and we will be back.
3, 2, okay, you're live.
I move that we come out of the executive session that we just went to after lunch.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to come out of executive session. We had a board-to-board with MVIC. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right, and just for clarity's sake, the executive session was actually out at MVIC, and it was essentially to discuss negotiations of ongoing lawsuit. They came out of executive session there, MVIC did, and there was their regular meeting continued for a short time before we left, and there was some other discussions, nothing very substantive, but inquiring about what their position was for NCAs, water usage, some other things that was all done in public.
And just to clarify, their official position is they have no position.
Right. But that was not part of the executive session.
Okay. All right, with that, we're going to come back to Mr. Dietrich. And John, you did have some time to look over these.
I did. And so legally, no issues with it. I mean, the one, glaring thing that I definitely need to point out, just so that this commission understands, I think the responsibilities in it are fine, but it does require a $900 and something thousand match. It's not right in front of me right now,
yes.
But it's a large financial match. And my understanding, and maybe Mr. Dietrich can enlighten us a little bit more, is maybe about a third of that we have earmarked already from grants that we've received.
That's correct.
But assuming that we accept this grant, use it, then we would have to figure out where you all are going to come up with the rest of that money, which is a big chunk of money.
Which is basically part of the leverage part from one to the other, from federal to state.
Right.
And if we don't get those, or we're unsuccessful, we do not have to utilize the grant that we're signing, correct?
That's my understanding, is that we can terminate this at any point through it, but that money would then evaporate.
Correct. So
At this point, we're into it, roughly $50,000 is what the county's contributed. And again, I want to point out that this is a partnership arrangement, so we are counting on Mancus to come up with some of this money. We will have to continue to really track down that remaining funding. I do feel really good that we can probably land enough of that funding to reduce that total amount by a substantial piece, through using the GOCO funds. Once they start contributing money to one of these projects, they really like to finish it off. So I think we do have that in our favor, although there's no guarantee on that. Obviously there's some risk with this.
Okay.
And Mancus has made a commitment to this?
Yes, Mancus is a funding partner in this.
And that's a question that we can actually ask them tomorrow night also, Joe.
yeah.
So if you want to take that note down so that you can bring that one up as a discussion item.
Okay.
I think that would be actually prudent to do that.
And I would add that we should be, at least initially visiting with Mancus about a 50-50 split on that. The initial split was the Mancus was paying in 20%, but Cortez was also paying in on that too. Now, when we move over onto the Mancus side, it seems reasonable to me that that would be a 50-50 split. If they're suggesting we should go to a 20%, then the commissioners might want to reconsider where we're at with everything on that.
Okay.
And do you want to brief the commissioners on where we sit with Cortez's partnership on the Cortez side?
Yeah, okay, so on the Cortez side, because we're working through the MMOF funds, right now, the city of Cortez, now, we haven't really started doing any reimbursements or anything on that yet. But the match on that was $51,030. So if we were expecting a 50-50 split on that with the city of Cortez, which would be $25,515. And all the way along with this, that's really been the objective, is to get the both municipalities to help work with us on this project. Because the fundamental purpose of this project really is for those municipalities. They're going to be
They're the
primary
beneficiaries of this whole project.
That's correct.
Yeah. On both sides, yes.
So I think it's going to be unlikely that we're going to get people from Pleasant View, for example, to come and utilize a trail that goes to Mankato.
Right.
There'll probably be a few, you know.
Right.
But primarily, these are municipal projects, and we're trying to do our best to help out, town of Mancos and the city of Cortez through this work.
My concern is if Mancos thinks they're only in this for 20%, and now they're in this part of it for 50%, are they still gonna, is that gonna throw a hitch in things?
Yeah.
I think that's what he's saying, is that we then have to reconsider what we're looking at.
Right.
Because on that portion of that project, that's Mancos's 50%.
Right.
On this side, it would be Cortez's 50%.
Right.
They all lie within our county, which is
Right.
us.
Yeah.
But again, in my view, these are really municipal projects. And one of the ways that we're able to help out two communities within our county.
Right.
It does appear that we have a broad range of public support for it. And, the other thing about it is we are in competition, direct competition with every community around us. And so this is one of, the community felt like this is one of the ways that we could stay in the game.
Right.
Certainly.
Okay. What is your pleasure, gentlemen?
Well, I think we move forward at this time. I would make a motion to sign this agreement for the Federal Highway Administration Federal Lands Highway Agreement 6982 AF-21-K-50012 at this time.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to sign the Federal Highway Administration Federal Lands Highway Agreement 6982 AF-21-K-50012. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
And let's see here. Make a motion, we approve Federal Lands Access Program Project Memorandum of Agreement of December 15th, 2020. The facility name is the Colorado Flap Mema Trail 1 Path to Mesa Verde.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's also been moved and seconded that we sign the Colorado Flap Mesa Verde Trail Path to Mesa Verde grant application. Is that correct, Jim?
I would
James?
I would just refer to it as the memorandum of agreement.
Or the memorandum of agreement? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Luckily, we're past the grant application phase. That was torturous, so.
Absolutely, you take them and we'll just reverse.
Color printer, I can't tell the difference. What if I don't get them mixed up? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, James.
Anything else for me? This time?
I don't think so, James. Appreciate it. Have a
Thanks,
great day.
James.
Thanks, James.
Anything else? Shrek, you got anything else for us?
No.
John?
Nope.
Okay. Well, then I would enter.
Little quick thing. I just wanted to let you guys know that we started on the redistricting discussion with the state, and they're talking that it will probably be not until next year that the state gets their portion done for us to move forward with our portion. Just wanted to let you know.
So it'll stay just like it is right now.
So
Probably. Possibly.
we're gonna carry forward and see what we can do before that.
Okay.
That's what I was told yesterday. All due to COVID.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess that we are done with this meeting, so I would entertain a movement to
So moved.
adjourn. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting for February 9th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.